view and perspective. But then again, in my opinion, right, there's still, if we are going to address the root cause, right, I don't know if you saw this thing that was trending during the End Bad Government, protest, where a father came out and said that his son, yes, he's a programmer, but then he doesn't have the resources. He cannot afford the resources, to encourage and enhance or harness the skills that his son has. Right. So now that's where we see economic, instability coming. That's where we see hunger coming. We see poverty coming as those root causes. And now, when we have young people who they don't have access to resources, they don't have access to, food. They can't even eat food, and you're telling them, so and then they've come to see that, okay, these Yahoo people, just like Hussein has already said, right? I feel like they've gone to that point where they just come out, they come out with their cars and they're flaunting it. There was even a particular time where these guys, would come out and say, oh yes, I'm a Yahoo boy, or I'm into Yahoo, I'm a Yahoo girl. Do you understand? Yeah, people, they come out to do that. Do you understand why? But the root cause is because they feel like fraud is the fastest way, to get money.
They feel confused, right?
Precisely.
Okay, now, for me, I will still beg to differ a bit. The problem here is not just that. The problem, just like what Reverend Kushain is saying that where to steal. Now, the issue is that it's moral decadence. If you are hungry and you're a good person, since you're a moral and good person and you're hungry, will you steal to eat?
Precisely.
So what I'm saying is that values, education should instill the right values, family should instill the right values. When you've gotten the right values to life, you would have the clarity, strategy, and positive idea and mindset to work and then harness opportunity to yourself positively. So you are pushed to, okay, is there want to say something?
To say?
Yes, I actually want to add something. From my own end, I think on the government aspect as well, we are having a lot of bureaucracy where government are not putting the right people into policy making. And I believe in advanced nation, when you have the right people who understand what is actually happening in the society, they set a tone and a law, not just in Nigeria, where a lot of laws are going out to make out Nigerians, right? When you see the cyber security, whatever, blah, 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 they're not actually bringing out the essence of curbing the cyber crime itself and making it local, not like all these ambiguity laws. And I believe it's more, we have things that are good on paper than implementation. If the government actually plays their own in putting people in the right place and enforcing certain laws to guide the society, I believe people will be scared. Take, for example, in some instances in developed nations, there are some limitations of amount that you can have in your account that you can spend. Once you spend above those amounts, your account is automatically flagged at a certain age or certain pattern. What are you buying? All these things are things they check to profile such person and also have a way to, caution them and install right senses forcefully into their society, into the youth. But here we have identity problem when we have multiple identification system. You have driving license, you have NIN, you have all sorts of identification to even try to narrow things down, to be able to even track these people and be able to say these and these are things that you should do. And when you are going away from the right thing, the law should be there to be able to guide you back. So we have a problem. And I think another problem is the government. And we need to stop, I don't know. We have a lot of people in government today that they don't allow the right people to, to push, to be in the right place. So all those bureaucracies is another problem for us to get things right. So we need to have a system, and government has to set a precedent to a better system. Beyond the parenting, beyond the education system, government is there to guide and to enforce and to set the tone for a saner society.
I believe that what is going on in society is an inherent behavior.
Okay.
Because when it's just like when we read the scripture, we talk of Adam and Eve. So when you get to 1 Samuel chapter 2, I think, you see the children of Eli committing various atrocities, even stealing, meeting with women that came for prayer, this and that. So when I read about that, I just look at it that so this evil behavior has been on from time to time.
Yeah, young persons perpetuating that.
Yes. So you said something earlier on that people are not training their children. I talk about that earlier. So it is very important. You see people now send their children, their world to schools, to secondary school, from primary school to this and that, to university level. All they are waiting for is excellent performance. Nobody they don't bother themselves about moral aspect of life
or how they even achieve that excellent result.
Yes. What they want is, I was shocked when my second daughter went to write a common entrance. Some people gather themselves together and meet the invigilator to give him money so that I can figure their children. That is in Nigeria here.
Parents.
So parents, they can figure their children.
Wow.
So that is what people are always after, because they want to have glamorous kind of life. Living.
That's the same thing I said earlier, that some parents will buy a laptop for their children and tell them to go and do what they are. Just like when we encourage young girls and say, okay, you're a beautiful lady, we are suffering. So you don't know what your mate are doing to bring money. So all those things are very common and it's owing to moral decadence. But curbing this issue basically, the government institutions that are involved in tackling this issue beef up their processes. They should be more strategic. And also, why their cancel and stick method to me, why you flog the people involved, not them. EFCC, for instance, after doing your work, what other alternative will you preach to young people? Can you sponsor programs that will encourage young people to learn fintech? Like Within is in fintech. He can learn those things, related issues, how you can use internet technology positively. Why you stop those?
But I believe you should know something about binary opposition of life.
Yeah.
Even as government is doing this, as this one is doing that, the opposition of life, we make some people are always go against.
We know that. That's where the carrot and the stick comes in.
And those are, we should not.
And that's why we have laws. So
we should not throw that out. We should not throw that out. So no matter what government is doing, but we individual, the populace, we have a lot to do.
Yeah, very true, very true. So in preventing this, just like you said, in curbing this, right, organizing programs, the carrot and sticks allows to punish or try to correct those behaviors. It's also good for you to organize programs, and that, I think that's where education comes in, right? Educating the youth, orientation, to also enhance empowerment. So just like we said, right, some of these people who engage in cybercrime come out to be proud of what they do. So how about people who are youth entrepreneurs or young entrepreneurs come out to, share their stories? I like their stories. You have to empower other young people to tilt their mind from the negative, aspect of digital space into the positive aspect in order to create change. So yeah.
Governance and humanity. Good governance, safety, a chance to grow economically and professionally. Those are important things, and that's from Dina Marie Perino. that was American political commentator and author, and she was also the 26th White House press secretary under President George W. Bush. In the recent Council of State meeting with President Tinubu, the discussion centered on the critical importance of being receptive to feedback from the masses. In today's rapidly evolving world, the effectiveness of governance is directly tied to a leader's ability to listen and respond to the needs and aspirations of the people. Engaging with the citizenry is not merely a democratic obligation, it is a strategic imperative for ensuring that policies resonate at the grassroots level. By valuing the input of the masses, leaders can craft solutions that are both practical and sustainable, driving real progress and fostering trust in government institutions. Similarly, the recent peace talks between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda highlights the urgent need for African leaders to focus on sustainable governance and humanity development beyond the confines of conflict and vested interests. For too long, the continent has been plagued by conflicts rooted in political ambitions and territorial disputes. Yet, true leadership is demonstrated when leaders prioritize the welfare and the development of their people above all else. By championing peace and creating environments conducive to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, African leaders have the power to break the cycle of violence and poverty that have hindered the continent's progress. Let us hold our leaders accountable to place effective governance at the forefront, where the voices of the masses are not just heard, but acted upon, and where the focus shifts from the conflicts to building a brighter, more prosperous future for all Africans. The time for transformative change is now, and we must inculcate the following. Engage actively in civic discussion to ensure your voice contributes to shaping governance. Advocate for peace and sustainable development in your community and beyond. Demand transparency and accountability from leaders to foster trust and meaningful change. And that's it, my fellow advocates. Yeah, you see, recently on Monday, during the International Youth Day, on Monday was the 12th August, yeah, that was International Youth Day. There was this peace talks between, I'm going to say this before we go into the Council of State meeting now. The peace talk conversation between the President of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. And they were trying to discuss around ceasefire within that region. You know, they are always plagued with instability and threats of regime hijacking government. And the citizens are largely affected. Precisely. The question is, there are so many vested interests in that region, as seen across most parts of Africa. Now, the question is, why can or how can governance be more sustainable in Africa so that we can thrive as well as or like other continents of the world? Poverty is always associated to Africa, economic instability, conflicts, and all this. Even, I'm not saying these things don't happen in other countries, other continents, but why Africa? Can we just go beyond this narrative?
Precisely.
Yeah, Reverend Kushain.
To me, I happen to be a professor was doing housewarming ceremony in Ikoyi there. So I happened to be there with one of my ministers in the church. So many dignitaries from, they are Nigerian, but they travel from other countries to come and join me. So they were talking, appreciating Rwanda.
Paul Kagame.
Yes, Paul Kagame in Kigali. So they appreciating him, talking this and that. And now they were so surprised the way the man had transformed the country. So I just went to meet them, say, please, don't say I'm just aberrating and diverting you or this and that, but I have a contribution to what you are saying. So they are academic people, they are government, top government people. So I told them that, do you know what brought about that in Rwanda? I told them, after the genocide war.
1994 genocide.
Yes. After that, Paul Kagame invited Requiring from America, the one that officiated, part of the officiating team of during Obama swearing in. So invited Eric Warren, to come and lead them through purpose-driven life. There is a book he wrote. Warren, yes, purpose-driven life. We studied it for 40 days. So he said they should come and lead them through that. And Yami now, everyone, maybe you are in private business, you are in government business. After closing from your work, please go to stadium directly or any viewing center. So they do the, can I call it revival together?
Reorientation.
Yes. After that time, that country never will be the same again till today. Today, Rwanda is regarded as the best nation in Africa. Today.
Okay, yes, as much as I agree with the strategy.
To conclude on that, anybody who if a tree separated itself even from the soil, the tree will die. I mean, if a fish get out of water, it will die. So if human being separate himself from God, that person will die. And that is one of those things that is militating. I'm not saying, that is one of those things that are militating against Africa.
Okay, so from your own view, Reverend Abiola Hussein, you're coming from the angle that these Africans should try as much as possible to take their faith seriously. Perhaps that will help in orientating and maybe giving them light in strategy for cross or intercontinental development. That's your angle.
Yes.
Okay, as much as that's a very good one, it's a very, very valid point. Although some persons might debate to the fact that, okay, fine, the president of Rwanda has done his part, but the aspect of dictatorship and all this, but that's more like another day. Our major focus is, can we just go beyond the rhetorics of what African is known for, conflict, instability, for the benefit of the masses?
Yes, so I think that there's need for, in the context of Africa, the peace talks, I think that there's need for African continent, as a continent, right, government to prioritize human development, right, over territorial conflict. And that way would be able to ensure sustainable development. How do you ensure sustainable development? You invest in education, you invest in healthcare, you invest in the economy, state of the country. And when we focus on that, right, because you're investing in your citizens, you invest in their education, in healthcare, you're investing in the masses, right? And that way you ensure sustainable development. And I think that we'll be able to break the old, of poverty, just like you said, that's held the country back. And so yeah. Okay,
so Hussein, I was going to ask you your thoughts on this. These last protests that concluded, those are the aims of affair in government, and especially those close to the presidency, are quick to dismiss the protests as an opportunity for regime change, and that they're granted. We agree that some political elements, opposing political elements, will want to take advantage of any masses uproar to air their grievances or do things to negate what the government of the day is doing for political gain. Granted, I know about that, we know about that. But then, beyond the political rhetorics of, you are opposing me because you're not in my party, how about the real thing going on? Like in the north, you see them crying about hunger. Like there was a particular community there was this documentary they showed on TV recently, last week, in the protest, where we saw a particular community that in the north, they were being tormented by hunger. Should I use that word? They cannot go to the farm easily to go and farm because of insecurity problem, scale fair. And then what they were doing is practically eating leaves. They showed. I'm sure we watched it. We watched it on news. And then people are crying hungry. A big power, right? We are hungry. And people are talking about we cannot send our children to school. Like the father we referred to that has a son that is so good with programming, but he couldn't afford data, just common data, to buy for his son so that the son can learn more. So these things now, how can we encourage government to use feedback from the masses as a way, as a strategy for effective governance and delivering good governance? Hussein, please.
Get a little bit before I go through there. So you mentioned the aspect of Paul Kagame and having a conversation with Congo and what have you. So I was opportune 2019 to attend Youth Connect Africa, hosted by Paul Kagame in Rwanda, Kigali. And then if you look at what he is passionate about, he's passionate about the people and what would benefit the people. And he ensured that things that would distract the people, like the religious sentiment, are put aside, because he shut down over 6,000 churches and mosques in Rwanda to ensure that all those kind of religious belief sentiments are put aside. And part of what he said was to say, number one, we are exporting our talents. We should develop our talent in-house, manage our data, and help us develop our data. And if you recall, if you check vividly, Kigali or Rwanda precisely is a land-bridge area. They don't have a river. And one of the strategic ways to bring in things into the country, we have Tanzania that is close to them. They use Tanzania ports, and they also use Congo ports, seaports, as a means to bring in goods and services that they cannot produce into their country. And of course, the overall issue that is affecting Congo and Republic of Congo will definitely affect the seaport activities that his country needs. So why am I bringing this reference? He is trying to create a fee so that it's things that they need to benefit in an handshake with those countries, their people will be able to benefit from it. That is someone having people pass.
Yeah.
Now, the contrary is what we have in Nigeria, where we have people who only do for power, not the people. And the crazy thing about this is the political system that gets them into the office. If we don't change that, we are into a big mess, right? One, Nigerian politicians believe that they spend money to get to the office. Now, what they're doing is pure business. I need numbers. I pay you to get those numbers. If our election, some people will argue out that our elections do not count. But it does count, because if it doesn't count, you won't see them paying for people to go and vote. That means it actually counts. So once they pay, they've spent billions of naira to get to the office. Now, don't forget the fact that these billions they spend, there are somebody bankrolling them. And those are people that is categorized as cabal. Now, these people will come for their money at their own time, at their own rate, at their own convenience. So once they get to the office, they are done doing business with the people. They are focusing on how to repay those money. This is a reality that people need to check. Now, if you look at the protest, yes, there is hunger. You see, I support the protest because people need to, burst out and see their to show their grievances, and probably the government will listen. But unfortunately, we are in such a mess that I can see news flying around that the government is even saying they are after the people who organize the protest. And not a single demand from the protest is being addressed. We still have another campaign promises that we'll be having for over 1 year. And it is evidence that people are hungry. This is the very first time you see a protest where people do not mind the religion settings, people do not mind the tribal settings, because it's a common factor that is affecting both the poor and the rich and the middle class precisely. We have some extremely rich people who do not see it as a means. They don't see that as an issue because they really have a means. One of the ministers, I was watching the Chinese TV interview. One of the ministers was saying people protest the madness court protest. That is uncalled for. People are actually angry. People are actually hungry. People are actually feeling it. And you are calling it a madness. Yeah, there is no protest. We can see it in the United Kingdom, the protest that break out. There is no protest that is going to be entirely peaceful. We can see it in other developed nations. And the only thing is for us to find a way as much as possible to punish the people who go against what is expected, because people will definitely take advantage of it. A lot of bureaucracy will come, a lot of probably a lot of stories will come of so person sponsored, this one sponsored, this one sponsored. But the reality is we are all feeling it. Price of goods are expensive. Transport is expensive. The fuel is not there. A lot of questions are there to be answered, and we don't have a single response from the government. It's so bad, you know. I don't know how we're going to get back, but I think
Thank you very
we
much.
should use our power. What?
We can actually agree now that as much as it's important for us to have whatever things we want to achieve good governance, it's important and imperative that the government should, as much as possible, listen to the cry of the masses.
Yeah, and that's why
beyond political rhetorics, so that they could deliver good governance
precisely
effectively
and sustainable governance. Yeah.
So up next is Hussein from Abuja. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
The adversity of mediocrity and selfishness. In the word of my late dad, failure does not just happen in a day. It's a build-up of little things we ignore nonchalantly. So our success do not just happen in a day. It's a build-up of those little efforts we are resilient about. In simple terms, the effect of our actions requires process. We live in a world today where mediocrity and selfishness is prioritized. We all want a safe environment, a working system, and a good governance. However, we fail to promote a sane process that will lead to that. Ahmed Buhari, on the road to becoming the young Nigerian president in the 2019 electionary process, once said, if we don't pay for the kind of governance we want, we will be paid, or we will rather get paid for the kind of governance we deserve. This statement sounds harsh, but it's the truth. The adversity of today's reality is our collective negligence. The few with willpower are subdued with destructive criticism. And until we wake up to do the needful, we will continue to wail with little or no result to show for it. We talk too much. And the most annoying part is we fail to condemn the obvious acts just because some of us are benefiting from it. Most especially the Nigerian capitalists, both in private and public sector, are the most oppressive in the world, demanding they should be worshipped even when they lord over us. We need to wake up, structure the process, and action it. Complaints won't solve it. Collective focus, doing the right thing, from advocating for the right leadership who has the people at heart might be our saving grace. May God bless Nigeria. Fellow advocates, what do you say to this? Because this mediocrity of the thing is actually eating deep and is affecting our productivity. Elijah, what do you have to say to this?
Well, the leader we seek, or those at the helm of affair, would not be any different from the constituents of the rest of us. Now, why do I say this? If you have a loaf of bread, and you decide to pick one part of the bread, how is that bread different from, and you call that bread the leader, how is it different from the rest of the bread? So if we deserve a good, we talked about good governance, leadership, and the rest, the quality of the people there, are they different from the people on ground? You know, we are talking about some persons see crime pays. And when people make their money through illegal means, and he lives in a particular society where poverty has affected them, even in the mind, not just physically. This person that steals money, he comes, he shares a bag of rice. People will collect it and be hailing him. Tomorrow, when that person wants to run for office, they will vote him and then demand him to be a better person. How can he be a better person? So that is basically what you are trying to see. You cannot deserve what we don't have. We can't give what we don't have. If we want to experience change in governance, we ourselves, change starts with us.
Thank you very much. If you don't have savings in any bank, you can't go to that bank and say you want to go and withdraw.
Sure.
So, he's going to talk about, said something in his statement there. We talk too much. We talk too much. I read a book recently, a book written by a South Sudanese. I've forgotten his name. I learned something. So the book title is the Bible or the Acts. So, and I read from there the way Sudan used to punish the South Sudan, the people who know as South Sudan.
South Sudan, yeah. They broke out.
And it's so amazing that, you know, South Sudan happened to be part of the people when we are migrating from Arabic Peninsula over 1,000 years ago. Well, the first migrant, as I know, is they are the Igbo, but when others are migrating, those are the people that stay in Sudan, say they are tired. That is why the Ijebu the Aujal of Ijebu used to say they are from Wadai in Sudan.
Okay.
Are you getting me? And many other people, like the Calabar people, will say they are from Egypt, this and that. Different group like that will be saying this and that. So the people were, you know, because of their various religious beliefs, our group will belong to, we are the people of we are the Bablika people. Are you getting me?
Sure.
So the Sudanese, they are the Arabic. So because of that, they are punishing them. And what happened that time, before United Nations now divided the two places? Intervene. Thank you for that word. So what happened? The people of South Sudan now came together, say, on Friday, we are no more going for sports in every school. Instead of that, we should be going to farm. And Friday, they now earmark it for farming. Could you believe that within one farming season, food becomes surplus in South Sudan till tomorrow? I just heard from TV in recent time that the number of animal games in South Sudan is so enormous. They show rich maybe antelope, this and that, running in the bush there, this and that. Even the person that the commentator of the documentation saying he cannot imagine that what happened, what is happening, that God so much bless these people with this now. So what I'm saying in essence is that we are so many in Nigeria. We are saying we are poor, we are this and that, 200 million, this and that. We have that human resources. Well, are we using it to produce certain things? Say protest. Is that the right thing for us? People are saying we are hungry, but they are not ready to do something. Are you getting me? Sure. Last year, I planted in the estate I live. I was able to plant like play. Some what's it called, seed of yam. At the end of the day, I reap good big yams. Are you getting me? So, and I learned that when I was in secondary school back in Ondo State. In my secondary school, by the time we harvest our things, we plant the grains generally, corn, yam, this and that, and we have animal husbandry too. So at the end of the day, you know what we do? We go to radio station to go and advertise. Yeah, people of the town come and buy things from our secondary school. Wow. Do we still have that again? Everybody is running after white collar job. Do we still have that again? I believe we should look at that area critically. Are you getting me? You should look at that area. I visited a place in Delta State in the recent past. What happened? I saw a guy there. The guy was doing farming. At the same time, he's a teacher in a school. The guy was telling me that he doesn't use his salary to buy things for at home. That he only buy meat because it's not rearing animal. But talking of other grain, he has everything. So he only buy meat and palm oil. So, and I know many guys.
Hussein wants to say something. Hussein, so basically,
I wanted to come in. Yes, quickly. I would actually like to come in, and just before I lose my line of thought, right? So I'll give you an example, an illustration. The federal government announced support for farm inputs just to support to cushion the effect of hunger in the land. So they announced about 100 billion naira worth of fertilizer that will be distributed to the farmers, of which there are people that are contracted. And I can tell you that some states received those fertilizer. And unfortunately, I am privy to some inputs, specifically like the rice farming, which are expected to give an input worth 190,000 naira. Among the inputs, I expected to get 2 bags of fertilizer worth 100 kg each, which is like 200 kg fertilizer and water. Now, I tell you that in a particular local government that I'm privy to, this fertilizer was taken from the Ministry of Agri to the local government for the farmers. But I will tell you what happened. Out of the list of maybe 100 farmers that are expected to get this fertilizer, the genuine farmers are just less than 5. They distributed it to these guys and took the remaining and took it back to the state capital and sold those inputs for 41,000 naira. Now, this input, they are expected to bring it back and give it, they are expected to return back half paddy of rice as maybe a national saving. So that in the course of this adversity, you see that they say they are distributing rice, they are distributing grains and what have you. These are the grains that the government is expected to give back to the people. But now, we have over 95% of the inputs returned back and sold to private sectors. How do you think we are going to, these are the mediocrity we are talking about. So it is not just about,
and yet too, to add to your train of thought.
There are willpower. There are willpower of people who want to work. There are willpower of people who are actually doing some things. And there are also people who do not support them as is expected. If we all come together and fight this thing of what the ministry actually did, if it is fought at that local government level, they would, even the list that they brought and the farmers, they will fight it and nothing will happen. These are the kind of protests we are talking about. These are the kind of ways we can fight mediocrity to ensure
Hussein,
that...
I'm going to add to your thoughts there, Hussein. I get your point. What you said is valid, and what the Reverend was saying is valid. We're talking about shared collective responsibility. Now, what you're saying now, people hoard fuel in this country, petrol, to increase the price. People hoard
Everything.
they hoard bag of rice, made for to increase the price. Politicians try to keep dollars away. When they say CBN is giving through BDCs, some people hoard dollars, hoard everything. They try to take advantage of situation for their own personal advantage, and then everybody suffers it. That's basically what this is all about.
Masses. Who are the masses?
Selfishness that we're talking about.
Hussein, please. During Abacha's time, I believe you still remember that time. We condemn Abacha.
Yes.
Abacha is bad. Abacha is this and that. Those people that are condemning Abacha today, they are on the stage now. Abi, part of them are on the stage. Part of them are still in the masses side. Are you getting me?
Sure.
So are they doing any? Are we experiencing new thing? No. So what am I talking about? There is nowhere we can get to become utopia. We become utopia society.
An utopian society.
And it's not possible. But we should do our best to make life better for people.
True.
Should do our best. And then doing best is not government, because I've been hearing people talking of government. It's not government alone, but from individual ago. You know what is called ago? Individual family. When you talk of synagogue, when we have different family come to worship, are you getting me?
Yeah.
Sing to bring family together. So that is it. It's a collective work for each and every one of us. No government. If you focus on government, like me now, I will say I'm focusing on government to do this, to do that. One will be going astray. So that is what we should focus on. We should individual. Let us teach ourselves how to use our words.
So, Reverend, thank you for that line of thought, right? I can tell you that why I'm bringing this kind of conversation up is for us to promote effort that people are making to correct the menace in the society. I give an example in fintech space. Fintech is out of one of the highest investment that has attracted investment in Africa, especially in Nigeria. And Nigeria has attracted a lot of investment into fintech, through fintech in Africa. And it has actually reshaped the financial sector with any bureaucracy of government, any bureaucracy of the cartel in the banks and what have you. And we can all see that, even if we are having some frustration around that space. But at least when the populace also accepted the use and encouraged the technology, even there are some lapses, but when they encourage the technology, things change for better. So we are actually looking at possibility of how this people can support the right thing to be done. That is the advocacy.
Thank you very much, Hussein. We will try our best to encourage a society where everyone will be responsible for Nigeria's development or Africa's development, as we are integral part of the society. We try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God, just as Reverend Abiola Kushain has said oftentimes that we should be responsible and stick to our faith to have a sustainable development. Do keep your comments coming in on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next time, we can continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change. Bye.
I will take you through this amazingness today. Well,
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather, town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know, okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot.
Mm.
He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. One day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself. Are you?
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane.
The rod of correction. But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes, not formally. Sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right, let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged. What basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, where did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings. A 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Ebute Metta.
Yeah.
You know, why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself. It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we will.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee And then if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that. And then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes. For
craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building to see that craftsmen are properly trained. Because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. So and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house would do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. We don't manage our projects well. we're always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well,
do them quick.
I've had a governor say that we're doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. You know, what they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people, so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. You know, so if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned. On how is it going to grow? Just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. What type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size,
yes,
and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down and says, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review.
Yes.
So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system.
Yes.
And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that is not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt
yes.
were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data,
Yeah.
studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through a leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And then I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training, I was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the farm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind. The day why given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who is younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I will remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
The risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people will have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into...
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource, you know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana Ayinde and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? They agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man, he was drunk. Joshua was full of strength, David, look at how
very exuberant.
He was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him. Yeah. So I've seen young people. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. They are damning the consequences. Yeah. I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye, my colleague, made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see the youths have as an advantage is that energy. Yes. But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school, not to be stupid. Mm-hmm. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But that's really not the right age to now be showing as a leader. Mm-hmm. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process. Yeah. And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you an institute. If I can't show you 5 younger people, that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership. There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership. I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. One of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. When parents are talking to their children, and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us. We went through processes. I remind them of when the car broke down. And we had to push. So if we have one now that is remote controlled, Don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. Yeah. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want to
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, "Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true." I said, "But people are not practicing them out there." And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic.
Yeah.
No child of mine will do that. Yeah. But they see other people do these things
and they wonder.
Every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde, and you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different as you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, The on-the-spot one.
The on-the-spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor, I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for. And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project, one day I received a phone call. It was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
so you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very
as
much.
President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
And Abuja, on Saturday night, Egbetokun said the arrested kidnappers are Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Mohammed Mohammed as the new Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Oluwatosin Ajayi, as the new Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS. Mohammed succeeds Ahmed Abubakar, who resigned from his position as NIA Director General. Ajayi replaces Yusuf Bichi, appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2018. The appointments follow the resignation of previous heads of the two agencies. President Tinubu has called for collaboration between the new security chiefs to improve results and address security challenges. The Nigeria Police Force has detained 97 members of the Shiite group, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, IMN, following a clash in Abuja, death of 2 policemen and 3 seriously injured. The Shiites also set ablaze 3 patrol vehicles. Piolu Muyiwa Adejobi said credible intelligence reports helped apprehend the detained suspects. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, has reaffirmed the Air Force's determination to arrest others involved in the attack and bring them to justice. Adejobi sympathized with the grieving families of the fallen police officers and called on the public to support the Nigerian police force in its fight against extremist threats and violent crimes.
Decided to come out en masse to attack the policemen. You people saw them, you saw their dead bodies, and killed brutally. 2 of them are already dead. 4, including the woman police, is unconscious, all of them, with different injuries they inflicted on them. Some with different, some gun, some cutlass, some to kill policemen, all uniform. So I just decided to say, for the fact they are not provoked, they did it willingly because they have agreed to attack security agencies and for no just cause. So I want to tell them and assure them that for the fact they have started this war and provoked, we are going to hunt them. We cannot leave it to go like that. We are going to hunt them, no matter where they are. I assure them very well that we are going to hunt them. Because the families of the policemen they have killed, look at them crying, for no just cause. If we have killed any of them, it would have been a different thing. Or if we have attacked them, it would have been a different thing. They would have said, Igwe did this and Igwe did that. But today, they have willingly, with impunity, attacked policemen and killed them without provocation.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has declared a 7-day warning strike over the abduction of their colleague, Dr. Ganiat Popola, who has been in captivity for 8 months. The strike, announced by NARD President Dr. Dele Abdullahi, began on August 26, 2024, and is now in effect. Popola, a registrar in the Department of Ophthalmology at the National Eye Center, Kaduna, was abducted on December 27, 2023, along with her husband and nephew. NARD members have protested in all tertiary hospitals nationwide for her release. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, says a notorious kidnap kingpin was killed and 2 gang members from them during the operation to rescue the abducted medical students. This is just as he said President Bola Tinubu gave a marching order that the students must be rescued and brought out alive. Hence, the Office of the National Security Advisor and himself have been having sleepless nights. Speaking while handing over the 20 students and 7 other rescued victims to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos and University of Maiduguri and Abuja on Saturday night, Egbetokun said the arrested kidnappers are in custody.
Among those rescued were 20 medical students of the University of Jos and University of Maiduguri who were cruelly abducted while in transit to Enugu on 15th August 2024. Other passengers, 5 of them, and 2 other victims who had previously fallen victim to these heinous criminals were also freed. The successful rescue of these 27 individuals was achieved without the payment of any ransom. This success was made possible through the support received from the Office of the NSA, the activation of security network, intelligence, agencies, community engagement, and deployment of our highly skilled and tactical officers, whose dedication, bravery, and precision in executing their duties are truly commendable. We remain resolute in our commitment to rid our nation of criminal elements who seek to disrupt the peace and security of our society. The Nigerian Police Force will continue to employ every lawful means at its disposal to protect the lives and property of all Nigerians.
The Court of Appeal Abuja Division has upheld Asue Godalo's nomination as the PDP's lawful candidate for the Edo State governorship election. The three-member panel dismissed Anselm Ojezua's appeal, which he argued was incompetent and lacking merit. Ojezua sought to nullify Godalo's nomination due to irregularities and manipulation of the delegates' list. Justice Obiora Egwatu dismissed Ojezua's suit, but ruled he lacked jurisdiction due to not exhausting the PDP's internal dispute resolution mechanism. Ojezua appealed, arguing the trial judge's premature ruling and Egwatu's refusal to proceed with the merit of his case. The appellate court ruled that the lack of exhaustion of the PDP's internal dispute resolution mechanism was fatal to Ojezua's case.
His party. That is the summary of the...
Lawyer to Mr. Godalo believes the appeals are unnecessary.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has denied allegations that officials were selling permanent voter cards (PVCs) before the September 21 governorship election in Edo State. INEC challenged the civic group Transparency for Electoral System Advocacy (TESA) to provide concrete evidence against electoral officers. Chief Press Secretary to INEC Chairman Rotimi Oyekomi stated that the Commission issues PVCs free of charge to registered voters and that uncollected PVCs cannot be used to vote during the election. He also highlighted the PVC collection process began in 100 and on 26th of August. INEC encourages TESA and others with evidence of unethical acts against electoral officers to provide it for immediate action. Meanwhile, the federal government is urged to foster business growth and private sector thriving in Nigeria, according to agricultural expert Ambassador Oluwasegun Alabi. Alabi emphasizes the need for the government to engage the right individuals and organizations with industry expertise to provide strategic advice on addressing food challenges urgently in the country. Ambassador Alabi collaborates with individuals, companies, government bodies, and parastatals to empower 50,000 Nigerian youths and farmers with 50,000 hectares of land and create jobs to boost rural communities. The federal government has been urged to make deliberate housing policies that will encourage teachers at all levels to become landowners, considering the role they play in molding and shaping society. This call was made by the Chief Executive Officer of Real Estate Synergy Support Association, RESA, Festus Uko, while speaking at the year 2024 annual Teachers Must Become Landlord Summit held in Egbeda, Lagos. While fielding questions from newsmen, Uko also called on the federal government to provide necessary amenities for teachers as well as platforms where they will have peace of mind while teaching.
I know in this country they must have written that adage that the teacher's reward is in heaven. But they fail to understand that that heaven is kingdom, right? Because it says, thy kingdom come. Abi? But if you are bringing that, God say, bring that kingdom here. Because if you are saying you are going to heaven or where, no, he told you to bring that kingdom here. Thy kingdom come. Make that kingdom, let it come here. And you cannot be telling this teacher he should go and go to heaven and get his reward. Reward the person here. Because if you do that, that means you are promoting what you call insecurity. Because insecurity you see in this country is because many people are uninformed because they pass through uninformed teacher or informed teacher who is not having peace of mind to impact. They come to investment. Somebody made a statement and say you don't need to buy land because you are rich. You buy land to become rich. You don't need to buy land because you are rich. You buy land because you want to become rich. So then people make mistakes when it comes to investment. Somebody wants to go into maybe property investment. They will tell you that I want to buy maybe land or property in Lekki or where it's going to be expensive, and he knows in the next 10 years he cannot provide that. So why not go to where it is at cheaper price with the money you have and buy, and let it accrue in value, and then you go into multiplying of your fund. Are you seeing it? So those are the areas we look about.
I'm very so happy and grateful for Resa have a plot of land. I'm very grateful. May God be rewarding them in a big way.
For me to be a teacher, I'm happy that God has been the God of I prove I'm now a landlord as a teacher. I give glory to His name. This is God.
The Lagos State Teaching Hospital LASUTH got a further boost on Monday with the official opening of LASUTH Oasis Dental Clinic, set up to cater for high net worth individuals. The partnership, which is between LASUTH and Oasis Dental Clinic, according to the Chief Medical Director of LASUTH, Professor Adetokunbo Fabanwo, is a social service effort by LASUTH management in tandem with Universal Thinking. He stated that the Alternative Partnership Dental Center is a facility created to meet the growing demand of clients who seek exclusive, private and expedited dental services.
In various clinics, the whole world has realized that government institutions cannot provide everything that they need to make healthcare work. And of course, coming back to Nigeria and even Lagos State, it's been realized that public-private partnerships are a very veritable way to go. In our hospital, we have about, as we speak, about 22 public-private partnerships in various clinical areas. So this is just an addition to our long list of public-private partnerships.
Professor Fabanwo saluted Professor Toyo Okoturo, the head of the dental center in LASUTH, and his team for their hard work in conceptualizing and planning the project. Also speaking, the CEO of Oasis Dental Clinic, Dr. Babatunde Olujobi, represented by Frederick John, thanked LASUTH management for their collaboration and restates the commitment of the center to bring the best possible healthcare services to patients.
Now, what has happened here is that Masas Oasis has invested billions of naira to provide ultra-modern equipment, dental chairs and x-ray machine and other equipment. You know, we provided the space and we are going to provide the expert personnel to work here. So that is the partnership. So they are bringing on board the equipment, all right? We provided the space, we are going to provide power, we are going to provide water, we are going to provide the patients, the clients, and we are also going to provide the personnel. So it's a well-balanced partnership.
The Food and Agriculture Organization, with sponsorship from the Norwegian government, has held a training of trainers workshop on fodder production in Maiduguri. The workshop targeted at government's extension workers and partners in Borno, Adamawa, Yobe and Taraba states advised Nigerians to explore alternative animal feed production. Details in this report. You that report in subsequent bulletins. In the meanwhile, as Nigeria's economy dwindles, citizens are grappling with the resulting hardship and looking to government to alleviate their suffering. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
The price of the commodities is so high, to the level whereby what we are earning before is still remain how is it. Then the price of our commodities in the market is multiple times 3, 4, like all like before.
When I go to the market, things are very cost. Everybody is complaining. The hardship is too much. So we want the government to help us so that things will come down. When you have small money now you want to eat, you can't eat something that can belly-full you.
Everything is not the same like last year, last 2 years, even last 4 years. They are not the same. So the prices are too much. So if they can reduce it to normal price, at least out of 5%, if it is 3%, it's okay.
Price of rice, price of gari, price of whatever it is, everything is expensive. The price you get today is different from the one you get tomorrow, and it's not getting lesser, it's getting higher by the day. I feel the government should do better because it is whatever it is that those people get that they sell back. So I don't blame the people, I blame the government. The government should do better. If fuel is okay, I feel people won't inflate price.
No, the price is different. At least the price they are selling now is ×3 of them. At least if government can help us on the price regulation, so we'll be fine with it.
So even a blind man that doesn't see, but he has the feeling, knows that things are not better. And the way I'm seeing it, our government are not doing anything and it can be better. You and I knows that things are not getting better. And we do have to pretend. We have to be factual. When you have a good father should listen to you. A bad father brought out a rebel child.
From other parts of Africa, at least 15 civilians, including children, were killed in a drone strike in Mali's north, where the army and Russian allies are fighting separatists and jihadists. The separatists blamed the Malian junta and Russian mercenaries from the Wagner group for the attacks, resulting in a provisional death toll of 21 civilians, including 11 children. The strikes targeted a pharmacy and human gatherings near the first damage. Since seizing power in 2020 coup, Mali's military leaders have prioritized retaking the country from separatists and jihadist forces linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. The Malian army and Wagner have acknowledged significant losses without giving a precise toll. A militant attack in Burkina Faso has killed dozens of people, of civilians and security personnel, according to local and security sources. The attack occurred in the village of Barsal Logo, where jihadist rebels affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group have been waging a brutal insurgency since 2015. The attackers targeted women, children, elderly and men, making no distinction. The attack occurred around 9 a.m. on Saturday, and no one has yet claimed responsibility. The victims were mainly young civilians who came out to help soldiers dig trenches around the town. The attack has left civilians dead despite air support on soldiers and members of the civilian force, volunteers for the defense of the fatherland. Malawi has started screening for Mpox at all ports of entry to prevent the spread of the virus. The move comes after the first 2 suspected cases were registered in the country, including a 31-year-old male and a 17-year-old boy. The Democratic Republic of Congo is the epicenter of the more deadly strain of the virus that emerged last year and has subsequently spread to over 10 other African states. The World Health Organization declared the spread of the new Mpox virus a public health emergency of international concern. Malawi is planning for a worst-case scenario, but not everyone will be vaccinated. The decision to screen visitors is part of a raft of preventive measures, including an awareness campaign and setting up a mobile diagnostic unit in a hospital in Lilongwe. Outside Africa, Israel and Hezbollah have short-range rockets aimed at northern Israel. Hezbollah fired drones and hundreds of rockets at Israel. Haggari said the group was planning to harm Israeli civilians and managed to launch only about 230 rockets and around 20 drones.
It is normal that the resistance announced its commitment and steadfastness to respond to this tyrannical aggression so that we can balance the equation that has cost us blood and sacrifice over decades.
Separatist militants in southwestern Pakistan have killed at least 29 people in a series of coordinated assaults, primarily targeting ethnic Punjabis. The Baloch Liberation Army BLA claimed responsibility for the attacks, which took place in at least 3 districts. One of the deadliest incidents occurred on a highway in Balochistan province, where militants stopped vehicles and shot 23 people dead. The BLA claimed to have targeted only security personnel and warned the Baloch public to avoid highways. The surge in militant violence since the Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan in 2021, with Pakistan witnessing numerous attacks, particularly in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has lifted the suspension on lending to banks through its standing lending facility, SLF, adjusting the lending rate to 31.75% interest rate. Commercial and merchant banks will earn a 19% interest rate on deposits above 3 billion naira in its standing deposit facility, SDF. The decision was based on the Monetary Policy Committee's adjustment of the upper corridor of the standing facilities to 5.0% from 1.0% around the Monetary Policy Rate MPR at its 296th meeting. Authorized dealers are permitted to access the SLF at 31.75%, while intraday lending facility ILF access is permitted to avoid system gridlock. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Hanneken Lokobiri has stated that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPC) lacks the funds to rebuild old pipelines. He cited the country's reliance on outdated, corroded and expired pipelines as a major issue. Lokobiri called for public-private partnership to fix the pipelines and urged the private sector to invest in Nigeria. He also highlighted the issue of fuel smuggling, stating that NNPC imports and sells fuel below the landing cost, affecting energy security in Africa. Lokobiri also expressed concerns about the supply of crude to local refineries and the need for healthy competition. In entertainment news, the interrogation of Lutonna, Nigerian short film directed by Reginald Jumbo and produced by Ibukun Adetoyibo and Ore Oba, has won the Best Nollywood Short Film Award at the Real-Time International Film Festival in Birmingham, UK. The film tells the story of a commander searching for the leader of a rebellion. The RTF, a platform for independent filmmakers, has contributed significantly to the entertainment industry in Birmingham. The interrogation of Lutanna features a talented cast and showcases the growing recognition of Nigerian filmmakers on the global stage. And as the news brief, for more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about 3 things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution where you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better? Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. There's no right turn on red. Then you must Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he's too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, We could have if we wanted because
Yes.
we're a government. So, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
Or what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
Yes, from
with the
Spain. Yes.
president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. He said, Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
the iron things
out.
Yes,
the iron things out.
Because, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. Is also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you, doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field.
Which he ensured.
With all the candidates. Okay, so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of a Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if you spend me additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP. It must affect Labour. It must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. I know that President Buhari still keeps saying that. Do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? They retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call. Nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held which I sat in and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
that person.
That person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either.
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyon from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations, 1, 2, 3, with number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and not bypassing, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only will look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him. Yes. Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yeah. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and No, but
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japheth is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, and served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa and saw me. He said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, winning wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, winning wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch, saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
At
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to
So
the
you went to
so
the airport?
I went to the airport.
In
So
your
I'm
full
If you still recall the tape of
Yes.
that day,
Yes.
you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him out and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril,
Yes.
will he even recognize me?
You are.
Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says I saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real worry is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and he was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday And he said, Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements of bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYs that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2022 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Osogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? The second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna-Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No.
Not even you said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will you FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
My name is Eniolorunda Oladejo Anikulapo, aka German Anikulapo. I was born and raised in Lagos. Earlier part of my childhood was in Lagos Island because my father was mostly up north working. This was post-Civil War. And then later we were moved to Agege, Capitol Road of today. We were one of the first families to settle in that area where we had all the characters that became legend in our turbulent past residing. we hear of no banga, Kusiya Wireleko, Ejire, even Alado will come from Mushin, and they will all come into our house. Because of one reason, my father was a distributor of top beer, and in front of the house was a shop where he sold drinks. So musicians and all kind of layabouts were always coming around there. I remember that Ilo Mawura, in fact, is an uncle to my mom, was always there. Olowonyo, Oseni Ejire. Many of them, once they come to Lagos to perform, they always ended up in our house. And so the No Banga characters and Alado and the rest of them were always coming into that place. So in that kind of environment, it was easy for a child to lose orientation. I even learned boxing, just as we were trained in football and the rest of them. But there were values that he instilled in us, the value of education. He insisted that every one of us must go to school. And he insisted on using his car to drop us off in school. So he told us that education was the only thing. Since he didn't have so much education was the only thing that he could give us. And he ensured that we got that. He also taught us of the value of work. For instance, his house, his 2 major houses, he ensured that we, the children, especially the boys, we had to participate in the building of the houses. So we were the bricklayers. We were the, what they call pong people. You know, you have to mix the sand and then you put it on your head. And I still have the mark on my head today. Because he said you cannot live in a house that you did not participate in building it. You will never appreciate it. For instance, we had to go and walk. Not because he was poor. He wasn't poor. If he had a car and he had more than 4 houses at that time, he wasn't poor. But he ensured that we went to work in factories located in our neighborhood. Wahum. I worked in Wahum. I worked in Guinness. Many of those places, Bisco, where you really have to go overnight and then you not sleep, then you come back in the morning, you're almost dead. I remember my mom would always fight him that why do you have to send this boy? Said they have to go and learn the value of work. He also taught us how to be respectful of the dignity of others. For instance, the man who took me to a Catholic school was an Igbo man, Bapayinaya. I even thought he was my father because my father was away for most of the time. So he took us to Catholic school. And by then, my dad was a Muslim. So how did we get to where we are today? I think it is because we lost these values. We lost parenthood. Our parents today spend more time at work or in the traffic, on the street. They have no time to monitor their children. So we're breeding monsters. And I think the way we can get back to that is to ensure that we begin to inculcate all these values in our children. And we are likely to get back to where we're supposed to be. I therefore join Simore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow.
And
Look,
all of them,
all
of them in Lagos,
Let me
all
tell
of
you,
them in Nigeria.
listen to me.
Nobody.
When I'm talking, you keep quiet.
An arrogant customer who is not ashamed.
Pastor Donald, why are you not picking my calls? Why haven't you paid the balance up till now? Telling the honorable court that I have not been calling him, I've not been picking his call. It's a fabricated fallacy. He did this just to debase me.
You are owing, and you are the one that is being arrogant at the same time.
A Nollywood veteran hoped to diversify into marine transportation.
Passenger boat I did not see. My money I did not see. I wanted to report him to Amadioha.
He was testing the boats, wanting the boat sink with engine.
The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
I still live that now. First of all, live person one pikin.
How you go control?
The dispute is real, and the judgment is binding. This is the Justice Court.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to compel her baby daddy to be responsible for the upkeep of their daughter.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Peace Monday versus Philip Izibo. Artist one.
Thank you, Aki.
You're welcome.
This Monday, we are claiming that Philip should take up responsibility over.
Yes.
How many children?
Just one.
Pardon?
Just one.
Just one. That be boy or girl?
A girl.
What's the age?
A year and 10
So
months.
what happened?
Ma?
You were living together before.
Yes.
So when did you stop cohabiting together?
In September last year.
September last year. So, and Philip, you said, I've always been taking care of my child and I have evidence to support my claim.
Yes,
You wrote that. Let me have the evidence so that we can take it from there. Did you block him?
Yes, I did.
This place we tick. That is the place.
Is it true you don't give him access to the children, to the child, to the? Because he said you blocked him and you don't give him access.
Man,
Your daughter, right?
yes. The reason why I blocked him was because almost every day you do calls me and start insulting me and be saying all manner of things. So that was, and it was becoming too frequent. Sometimes it would be when I'm working, and my boss has complained so much about it. So I've told him.
When he calls, what does he complain about?
He's not even complaining. He do insult me, say all manner of things that he's not even supposed to say. I'm a prostitute. This and
Is that
it was becoming too much. I had to block him.
Philip, is that true?
It's not true, ma.
Okay. So all these payments, what are they for?
The place that I tick with Byro, that is the place, the evidence of.
Those are the ones that went into her own account.
Yes, ma'am. Because she said that I've not been
taking care. So okay, let me show this to her. I want you to 21st of February. It's still paid into accounts according to him, right?
Yes.
Okay, you do see the alerts.
I do see the alerts.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Sometimes he will say 5, 10, 15. I've told him that
5, how many times in a month? Because he can pay by installments.
In a month, sometimes it can be 5,000. In a month, it can be 15. It does not need to pay a specific amount.
Average of about how much minimum do you give her every month? Minimum.
Ma, what is
at least.
Ma, I'm not a salary earner.
You pay by installment, but averagely, I might be like, I normally give her between 1,000 to 3,000 naira. If I have money, I can pay as much as 3,000 sometimes, but there's no month she doesn't collect less than 1,000 naira. That's the kind of statement I want from you. So at least in every month you pay minimum of how much, and at times about how much, how high does it go?
At times I do pay 30 high, 40 high. At times when there's no job, I do pay 15, lowest 10, 5. Depends on.
So at times 5,000 in a month?
No, 15.
Minimum?
Yes.
In a month.
10. Depends on how jobs come.
Aki, please, let me take it to him. First give me for 1 month, then compile another one for another month, the marked one, so that I can add up the figures.
This one is what? January. So this
February. This month.
Another 5, 10, and 7. So 17,000 naira for this month.
This is for January.
January.
February.
January 10, February 5.
This one is April.
April 15. That's what you've been paying. You know what I want us to do? Every month, from beginning to the end, from between January and, from 1st to 30th or 31st, depending on the month. Do you want to be paying or give her money on a weekly basis?
It depends, because I'm not a month salary, and it depends on how money comes to jobs come to my hand. That is how I send, because Her father
Okay,
even called me.
okay, let's take it this way. How much will you be giving in a month?
5,000 minimum.
Minimum, that's too small.
Ma,
Because if you say 5,000, wait. Tell me what you want her to feed the baby with 5,000 naira for a whole month.
she's no longer my custody.
It doesn't matter. Whose father? Who is the father? Who brought the baby into the world?
That's where the issue come in.
The baby is not yours.
According to her. That's why she denied me access to the baby.
No, forget that one.
That is what she that's what
wait.
she said.
Let me tell you one thing.
You are the woman. You are
not the first. All the matrimonial cases I've done today, at least 4 of them, we have the same issue of denying their father access to the children. And we've addressed all of them. And I don't know why most couples these days believe once you have issues with your partner, it's the children you start using as a pawn, turning them upside down. You'll be talking about paternity even when it's irrelevant, when it's not necessary. You are being selfish. You've forgotten that these children will grow up, they meet all these things there. And you know the psychological effect is going to have. You are telling me you are not, just because you have issue. Now, or you told him that the baby is not for because you have issues with him.
I never said so.
Whether you said it or you didn't say it.
And I've never denied him
the thing
access
is coming
to that
up
child.
now. The two of you have to learn to be civil with each other. If you have issues with
Why are you
yourself,
fighting me
face
when I'm
yourself.
house? Why will you promise to stab me?
A child that you've been paying money, you've been paying the upkeep and everything. You were giving 46 and 30 something. Then just because you had that issue, then you dropped the money to 5,000.
It depends. She's not the only.
I know you have other kids. You told me you have other children. Yes, I know. But at the
the
time,
only one that is with me.
that's the youngest child you have, is it not?
Yes.
So you knew that you had others. You had to fend for them before you decided to bring another one into the world. Is that not so? Or you think when you bring that one into the world, you are going to drop him at the orphanage or motherless baby's home or in the street for somebody to pick up and raise?
The issue is this.
Wait. The issue is you have a child. We're talking about how you cater for the welfare of that child. That is your baby.
When she left, I told her, I said, you have your point to make. I am not stopping you not to leave because you have your reason. But the issue is remember, I have other kids. And
Where are the other kids?
They are living with me.
So you have all of them in the house with her when you were all
No.
together? I don't understand.
I work in Lagos here.
Okay.
We are both working in the same company before.
At the same place before?
Yes, the same company. That's where both of us work.
Okay.
Then I resigned.
Okay.
Then she resigned. So that's when we started the whole relationship from.
Okay.
So according to how everything goes on with.
At that time when you were dating, you were living with another family.
Yeah.
Your wife and the children.
Yes,
there. Okay.
but they are not in Lagos.
Where are they?
They are in Ogun State.
Okay.
So weekends I do go
to see them. Okay.
And she's aware of it.
No problem. She didn't complain about that. I'm just trying to clarify.
So what is there is that when she left, I told her, I said, it will not be easy for me. I called her one-on-one.
The plaintiff, Peace Monday, claims that her baby daddy stops making adequate provision for their daughter after she decided to stop cohabiting with him. She also stated that she had to blacklist his phone number and block his calls because of his verbal abuse and insult over the phone. The defendant, Philip Isibo, claims that Peace was fully aware that he had a wife and children when their love affair started. He said, with the downturn in the economy, it has been a struggle to meet all his responsibilities. Nevertheless, he claims to be providing upkeep to the extent of his capability. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
What will not be easy for you? Because I don't see her bringing up issue of you paying another rent. And we don't have issue of change of school. Because that baby is the baby is still very young. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I could understand if you say, I can't pay rent. I'm maintaining your rent and somewhere else probably. And she's not asking you to pay the rent there. And I will not even grant it if you request for that. when it's time for school fees, you'll be coming. You have HMO?
No.
With the medical?
No.
What arrangement do you have? If the child falls sick, where can she take the baby to? You know what I advise? Do you stay within the same environment right now? Where the two of you live, is it far from each other? It's not far?
Yes.
Okay, so that means in that environment you can get one hospital.
Yes.
That you arrange with.
Yes.
So that she can be taken there.
Yes.
Then you pay directly to the hospital. You have your own arrangement there. So they only bring the baby when there is. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Make that arrangement. And everything we say today over the welfare of the child, we can always come back for us to review it. Do you understand me? Do you understand? So, okay, I'm listening. I knew you were saying something. I just had to point that out.
These days, even as in last month, I could not be able to even send out a dime. That's when this whole issue started. Because
I saw what you wrote, that you've been paying up, but last month you couldn't pay anything. But you see, suddenly, you came down to 5K.
At times when I gave,
you even said, you repeated it that you're talking about 5. Because you see, the bottom line is, you brought a child into the world. Do you understand me? If you didn't want a child, you knew what you could have done. You chose to. At that point, you knew you have other children. And you know what it takes to raise a child at that point in time. Because you are already doing one at the other end. So starting another one you are not a novice in that terrain. That's by choice. But I'm only telling you what the law requires you to do. I'm not saying give her upkeep for herself. We're talking about maintenance over that child.
Ma, why I said this, any money I predict now, if I cannot meet up to that amount, because that is where I'm afraid of. Because
what's the minimum you think you can? When push comes to shove,
if there is a job in my hand, I can give her as much as 50, 100. It depends on how the money comes.
How will she know you have that kind of money? And at that point in time, you can bring her. How will the court know that this period, it will be convenient for you to? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Since everything is on paper now, I will be trying to put.
You know why I'll be comfortable? If in the past 4 months, when I was going through them, that list, I could see maybe some months 30 something, 18, 25, you understand what I'm saying? 22, maybe 40, that keeps going up and down. But suddenly, I knew the way you started, and suddenly it's 5, 5, 5 in a month. So I'm asking, if that baby is still under your roof, will you feed that baby with 5,000 naira in a month?
No, those months that you are saying I'm sending 5,000, I do send cash and I do give POS. I do go to POS and send.
40,000 I said.
No, at this point in time, I want you to tell me what's the minimum that averagely you receive from him on monthly basis. Averagely.
Okay,
fluctuate between this, but that is usually the minimum of this.
To be on a considerate side, I told him, because since he said he has other family, okay, I said, Philip, be sending 30,000. I'm working. I'll be having my own. He said the money is too much. That don't I know that he has other children to take care of?
30,000 naira per month is 1,000 naira per day. 1,000 naira 3 meals.
Mark, I cannot be able to give in her 30,000 every month.
So how much do you want to give?
If at least the way I'm sending it, that at times, at least, if it is 15.
You don't understand. 30 days, 30,000 naira. Divide it. You are not an illiterate. What does that come to? 1,000 naira per day. Now, I'm not even having issue with you. I said, okay, if what you want to give is 1,000 naira per day, so that there won't be any conflict. Write out what you want her to buy in the morning out of that 1,000 naira. Even draw up just 2. Let her have the third one. That 1,000 naira cannot even service 2 meals. You know how much pick makers these days? Those are basic things. Write it. Write it if you can. Write it. Let's have it and end this matter. You have something to say.
Yes, ma'am. Ma, his excuse is that since I'm staying with my parents, I'm not paying rent.
Your parents is your...
that is why he's not sending money.
Leave that matter. The bottom line is you have a child to feed. You can't ask the grandparents to be taking up your responsibility. It's not done anywhere. It's not done.
Ma, the issue is here. If the time that she's living with me, she knows how I take care of her and the baby.
It's not that. Forget
But
her.
as she
Don't
is
take care of her. You don't have any business taking care of her. Henceforth, she's not your daughter. She is not your daughter. Don't let those grandparents take care. That's their own daughter. The way they've put roof over her head, and if they are feeding her, feed your own child too. You can't make your own child a burden on them. They've raised her in such a manner that when you saw her, you felt like having her as a partner. You see her dim enough to be the mother of your own child. They've done their own. Now you have your own child, your own daughter. Raise that your daughter too, so that one day somebody will look at her and say, this one, I want her to be the mother of my own child. I want her to be my own partner. You want her own parents to be feeding their daughter. It's not going to happen. She will subsidize. You can't have a child and abandon that child. It's against the law. If you don't feed your child, what have you done?
It's all this money that I've been sending.
That's from now. We're talking about you sent 5,000 naira last month. You sent 5,000 naira for 30 days.
I told you I'd be giving her cash too, and I sent money for
When
POS.
did you give me cash?
Okay, how much did you give her in cash?
At times I do.
So now, all those cash, stop it. Be making transfers so that there won't be this kind of conflict. We will have the record straight. So you are not boxed. You won't be boxed into a corner. You'll be able to say, this is you show the evidence the way you showed me others. If she's lying, then she won't be able to lie again. Because all you have to do is show it. This is it. The way you marked all those ones. That's the way you mark it. Can I have the pen and paper? Can you work with 20,000 naira? He's proposing 20,000 naira and he's begging you.
I don't work with this man.
So you know it's not realistic.
That's the issue, and that is where I don't work anywhere more than this, my handwork. At times, we don't used to have work like that. As in last month, I don't even have any job. I cannot even, if as in I work in a salary job now, say, okay, I will be giving so amount per month. At least at times, there will be more job, there will be more money. At times, there will be no job at all. If I fail to meet up to the demand, it will be as if...
What do you have to say to that?
Ma, okay, is he telling me that since he's not
Ask
working,
him. He's right in front of you.
Since you're not working, you're not taking care of other children.
Fine.
You're just using it to punish me because I'm not under your roof.
The truth, that is the truth. It's not, I'm not punishing you because he's my child. According to, you said, the truth of it, man, let me just come in. The truth of it is it. One, she denied me fatherhood of the child because she's not...
Keep quiet, let him finish.
Because one, even when we come in, the baby could not even recognize me. She denied me access to my baby. How many more that she left?
When couples, whether married or not married, separate and have this issue, this is always the first problem they have. This problem, I told you, your case is not the first today. We've gone through the same thing. There's people seated there, they can attest to that. So it's not strange. It's not strange. So it's now left to you. And you see, he who comes to equity must come with clean hand. That's the law. I want something from you. It must be with good intention. You want something from her. You want to see that child. Are you taking of the child you want to see? So are you going to bring food stuff to support the 20,000 naira?
Possible.
It's not about if possible.
Yes.
You have to provide what that child will eat. That's the one that has to sink in. That I want you to understand. You must give that child food. I'm asking you to provide at least 1 meal per day for that child.
I understand you.
Pardon?
I understand you, ma.
So where is the conflict coming from?
Because
as you are, can you do without eating for 10 days?
At times, if I have, I'll get food stuff for her. Depends on what the baby takes.
Pardon?
It depends on what the baby takes, as in like.
When the baby was staying with you, what are the things that you used to feed her?
Goody Moon, Indomie, and normal food we eat too.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So when you pay, you provide some of them along with it for her.
I do.
You will.
What?
When you give her 20,000 naira, you buy some of those things and give her as well on monthly basis.
Yes. If
you will.
Most of those things. If
will you buy?
I will buy.
You will buy it?
Yes. There's cash with me.
Pardon?
I have more.
You even do more than that?
Yes.
So the point is you give a minimum of 20,000 naira. You buy some of this food that you know your daughter takes on monthly basis and give her.
Yes.
And when you have more, you will give her more than that 20,000 naira.
Yes.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yes. Amma, what if he does not do it?
The legal team is there. Is that okay?
No problem.
All right. That's my ruling.
All rise.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Mohammed as the new Director General of the National Intelligence Agency (NIA) and Adiola Oluwatosin Ajayi as the new Director General of the Department of State Services (DSS). Mohammed succeeds Ahmed Abubakar, who resigned from his position as NIA Director General. Ajayi replaces Yusuf Bichi, appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2018. The appointments follow the resignations of previous heads of the two agencies. President Tinubu has called for collaboration between the new security chiefs to improve results and address security challenges. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Betokun, says a notorious kidnap kingpin was killed and 2 gang members arrested with the 2 rifles recovered from them during the operation to rescue the abducted medical students. This is just as he said President Bola Tinubu gave a marching order that the students must be rescued and brought out alive. Hence, the Office of the National Security Advisor and himself have been having sleepless nights. Speaking while handing over the 20 students and 7 other rescued victims to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos and University of Maiduguri and Abuja on Sunday night, Ebetokun said the arrested kidnappers are in custody.
Those rescued were 20 medical students of the University of Jos and University of Maiduguri who were cruelly taken abducted while in transit to Enugu on 15th August 2024. Other passengers, 5 of them, and 2 other victims who had previously fallen victim to these heinous criminals were also freed. The successful rescue of these 27 individuals was achieved without the payment of any ransom. This success was made possible through the support received from the Office of the NSA, the activation of security network, intelligence, synergy with other security agencies, community engagement, and deployment of our highly skilled and tactical officers, whose dedication, bravery, and precision in executing their duties are truly commendable. We remain resolute in our commitment to rid our nation of criminal elements who seek to disrupt the peace and security of our society. The Nigerian Police Force will continue to employ every lawful means at its disposal to protect the lives and property of all Nigerians.
The federal government has been urged to make deliberate housing policies that will encourage teachers at all levels to become landowners, considering the role they play in molding and shaping society. This call was made by the Chief Executive Officer of the Real Estate Synergy Support Association, RESA, Festus Uko, while speaking at this year's 2024 Annual Teachers Must Become Landlord Summit held in Igbeda, Lagos. While fielding questions from the newsmen, Uko also called on the federal government to provide necessary amenities for teachers as well as platform where they will have peace of mind while teaching.
This country, they must have written that adage that the teacher's reward is in heaven. But they fail to understand that that heaven is kingdom, right? Because it said, thy kingdom come. But if you are bringing that, God say, bring that kingdom here. Because if you are saying you are going to heaven or where, no, he told you to bring that kingdom here. Thy kingdom come, make that kingdom, let it come here. And you cannot be telling this teacher he should go and go to heaven and get his reward. Reward the person here. Because if you do that, that means you are promoting what you call insecurity. Because insecurity you see in this country is because many people are uninformed because they pass through uninformed teacher or informed teacher who is not having peace of mind to impact. When it comes to investment, somebody made a statement and say you don't need to buy land because you are rich. You buy land to become rich. You don't need to buy land because you are rich. You buy land because you want to become rich. So then people make mistakes when it comes to investment. Somebody wants to go into maybe property investment. They will tell you that I want to buy maybe land or property in Lekki or where it's going to be expensive, and he knows in the next 10 years he cannot provide that. So why not go to where it is at cheaper price with the money you have and buy and let it accrue in value, and then you go into multiplying of your fund. Are you seeing it? So those are the areas we look about.
I'm very so happy. I'm grateful. As I've been have a plot of land. I'm very grateful. God be leading them.
For me to be a teacher, I'm happy that God has given me what I'm looking for. I prove I've learned as a teacher. I give God that is God.
The Lagos State Teaching Hospital LASUTH got a further boost on Monday with the official opening of LASUTH Oasis Dental Clinic, set up to cater for high net worth individuals. The partnership, which is between LASUTH and Oasis Dental Clinic, according to the Chief Medical Director of LASUTH, Professor Adetokunbo Fabonwo, is a social service effort by the LASUTH management in tandem with Universal Thinking. He stated that the Alternative Partnership Dental Center is a facility created to meet the growing demand of clients who seek exclusive, private and expedited dental services.
We have the whole world has realized that government institutions cannot provide everything that they need to make healthcare work. And of course, coming back to Nigeria and even Lagos State, it's been realized that public-private partnerships are a very veritable way to go. In our hospital, we have about, as we speak, about 22 public-private partnerships in various clinical areas. So this is just an addition to our long list of public-private partnerships.
Professor Fabonwo saluted Professor Tuoyo Okutoro, the head of the dental center in LASUTH, and his team for their hard work in conceptualizing and planning the project. Also speaking, the CEO of Oasis Dental Clinic, Dr. Babatunde Olujobi, represented by Frederick John, thanked LASUTH management for the collaboration and restates the commitment of the center to bring the best possible healthcare services to patients.
Now, what has happened here is that Massachusetts has invested billions of naira to provide ultra-modern equipment, dental chairs and x-ray machine and other equipment. You know, we provided the space and we are going to provide the expert personnel to work here. So that is the partnership. So they are bringing on board the equipment, all right? We provided the space, we are going to provide power, we are going to provide water, we are going to provide the patients, the clients, and we are also going to provide the personnel. So it's a well-balanced partnership.
The Food and Agriculture Organization, with sponsorship from the Norwegian government, has held a training of trainers workshop on fodder production in Maiduguri. The workshop targeted at government extension workers and partners in Borno, Adamawa, Yobe and Taraba states advised Nigerians to explore alternative animal feed production. Details in this report.
Climate change has reduced rainfall, leading to diminished forage on ranch lands. This imbalance between livestock numbers and available fodder creates challenges for herders and farmers alike as they work to provide for their families and communities. One solution is to train both groups to access resources more efficiently, reducing the need to compete.
All right? So now, if, for example, if it's test.
The Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, is also promoting alternative feedstock production methods which can decrease the demand for grazing land and further alleviate this issue. The second phase of the Training of Trainers workshop aims to equip 22 participants with skills and knowledge needed to produce alternative stock. This hands-on training was designed to address the challenge of feed scarcity faced by farmers in the Northeast region.
The feeds that we are training them to either formulate or produce is an alternative to natural grasses that is supposed to have, because the animal are herbivorous, they are all herbivorous, they are plant eaters.
On the second day, the participants were taken on a field experience to learn practical techniques for making fodder and feed. The training also aims to benefit 40 individuals, including women, who will subsequently impart these skills to 825 farmers and herders.
It is high time the herders themselves produce their own feed through this pasture development. And that knowledge that they have will assist them in producing their own feed, and also in liaising with the farmers to now get the crop residues from the farmers and add value in a very symbiotic relationship with them.
That there should be enough of pasture and there should be enough of an effective program on this animal feed and fodder to ensure that the ever-growing livestock sector have enough of the feeds so that that competition of scarce resources of feed and land water by farmers and herders will be reduced in such a way that the livestock owners can have enough feed for their livestock without necessarily encouraging into farms.
The Institute has demonstrated and concluded extensive research into alternative feeds, into further value addition to crops, and that is why I, as a research person, am being invited to this program and to demonstrate value addition to crop residues. If at all, farmers after harvesting they leave the straws in the field to decay like that. But now it's a very valuable feed source. It can be crushed and add some value to feed your livestock. Also, the use of hydroponics, which is a new area, is also a very good source of alternative feed to livestock.
Give us knowledge on further productions and how we formulate alternative foods from the normal conventional foods that the farmers normally produce for their animals. So here we have gotten an alternative way on how farmers can make a feed for all year round for their animals.
Takeaway is we have been taught on how to prepare hydroponics. We have been taught on how to better market our products, and then also how to also add value to our products.
The project, funded by the government of Norway, aims to reduce conflict between farmers and herders in Nigeria by improving pasture development. This is essential for livestock production, animal health, and overall sustainability of farming systems.
Outside Africa, separatist militants in southwestern Pakistan have killed at least 39 people in a series of coordinated assaults, primarily targeting ethnic Punjabis. The Bolak Liberation Army, BLA, claimed responsibility for the attacks, which took place in at least 3 districts. One of the deadliest incidents occurred on a highway in Balochistan province, where militants stopped vehicles and shot 23 people dead. The BLA claimed to have targeted only security personnel and warned the Balok public to avoid highways. The surge in militant violence has intensified since the Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan in 2021, with Pakistan witnessing numerous attacks, particularly in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has lifted the suspension on lending to banks through its standing lending facility, SLF, adjusting the lending rate to 31.75% interest rate. Commercial and merchant banks will earn 19% interest rate on deposits above 3 billion naira in a standing deposit facility, SDF. The decision was based on the Monetary Policy Committee's adjustment of the upper corridor of the standing facilities to 5.0% from 1.0% around the monetary policy rate MPR at its 296th meeting. Authorized dealers are permitted to access the SLF at 31.75%, while intraday lending facility ILF access is permitted to avoid system gridlock. And that's the news update. Thank you for watching. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
I will take you through this.
Hello and welcome to VOS Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. On the show this week, we visit an exhibit by Cameroonian artist Shiri Achu. Her art highlights African fashion and culture. Afrobeat star Victony on his US tour. We chat with him right after a sold-out performance. Plus, we have an interview with Tamira Tola, who recently won an Olympic gold medal at the 2024 Olympics. Let's get on with the show. Afrobeat's rising star Victony, currently on his North American tour, made a stop in Washington, D.C. The tour is codenamed the Stubborn Tour after his latest album. The Nigerian singer-songwriter has been recognized for his innovative cross-genre musical style. I caught up with him right after his thrilling performance to get his reaction.
So Victony, tell us about your experience here in Washington, D.C., your first concert in Washington, D.C. How you feel?
It was crazy. I didn't expect this though. I mean, I expected to have a good time, but I was surprised. Stepping on stage, the crowd was crazy. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the energy. This is a start. This is the start of something great, right? I'm so excited for the future.
Big news for racing fans on the continent. Rwanda is in discussions to potentially host Africa's first Formula One race since the 1993 South African Grand Prix. Formula One president and CEO Stefano Domenicali revealed in an interview with motorsport.com that Rwanda is serious about its bid to host the iconic motor racing sport. The news was confirmed by Christian Gakwaya, president of the Rwanda Automobile Club, saying that his country was committed and prepared to host a Formula One race. Carnegie Hall's National Youth Jazz Orchestra has had sold-out performances on its Fast African tour. Known as NYO Jazz, the 22-person ensemble had shows in South Africa's major cities. Vicky Stark caught up with them in Cape Town.
After performances in Johannesburg and Durban, Carnegie Hall's National Youth Jazz Orchestra performed their last shows at Cape Town's Artscape Theatre. The tour was originally scheduled for 2020 but was postponed due to COVID. Since 2018, Carnegie's Wheel Music Institute has annually invited the best teen jazz musicians from across the United States to audition for the orchestra. They perform at the world-famous Carnegie Hall in New York before embarking on an international tour.
We have been twice to Europe, different countries within the European Union. We have also been to China and Taiwan on an Asian tour in Hong Kong. And we have also done a domestic, a US tour. This is, of course, our first tour to South Africa.
Massey says they also recruit local talent to perform with them.
So there are a number of organizations, including here in South Africa, the South African Jazz Education Association, that have worked with us and been wonderful partners in helping us find young people.
South African trumpeter Munib Herman says he was initially approached by someone in his home country.
I just got an email a couple of months later, straight from Carnegie, from Joanne, asking if I'd be interested in playing with the band, and I was like, yes.
Hermans was thrilled to meet NYO Jazz's celebrated artistic director, band leader and fellow trumpeter Sean Jones, whose career he has followed. Hermans, who studied music at university and now travels extensively, believes the genre of jazz is growing in popularity.
I just came from a trip now in Canada, and I went to so many jazz clubs, and the music is alive, and the beauty of it is it's all young people.
NYO jazz trombonist from Houston, Texas, Bishesh Padal, has some advice for aspiring jazz musicians.
This is sort of the renaissance of this genre because we have more and more people from around the world spilling in their own life experiences and cultures into the music. So I would say not only look back at tradition, but find ways to include your voice into your playing because there are endless possibilities.
South African music lovers were appreciative of the talent, and many say they look forward to NYO Jazz returning.
Cameroonian visual artist Shiri Achu uses several mediums, including oils, acrylics, watercolor, and mixed media to capture the spirit of her subjects, from natural moments captured in Africa to still objects. I visited Shiri at the exhibit titled 45 in Print. It is the 10th anniversary of her in-print series, which promotes African lifestyle and culture. Let's check it out. Shiri Achu's current exhibit at the Venn Gallery is full of colorful and vibrant mixed media art using acrylics, oils, and watercolor. It's the kind you have to visit twice to get the full picture. On opening day, she shows us around, explaining some of the paintings she chose for the exhibit.
Now, I'll tell you, my work depicts Africa culture, beautiful, beautiful Africa culture, everyday life, food, beautiful women, the textures, the colors. Don't know, okay, I can take you around and show you a few of my pieces. Children, dance and movement. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, we have here food, everyday life. This meal here, let me just take you to this. This meal here is called achu. Achu is a rare and beautiful delicacy in Cameroon. It's an acquired taste, amazing. Everyone's been asking me about, how this tastes. So actually I'm having an event next Thursday here in the Venn, so people can actually try this meal. I use acrylic and I use texture. I like using fabrics because I find fabrics very beautiful. So yes, I use mixed media as well as acrylics paints.
When did you start painting?
I was painting when I was 9 years old. That's when I started, but I knew that I had to paint. I loved the idea of, being creative. I've recently, dwelled into doing fabrics and other things as well. I just love being creative, and I started when I was 9. The language, the message, what I'm trying to portray has always been the same about trying to showcase Africa culture. I know that I've always wanted to travel to every part of Africa. If I am able to in my lifetime, I want to travel to all the African countries and pick up one key thing from the city and then come back, paint them, and then showcase to the world. So that's always been my message. There is a beauty in Cameroon, of course, and I portray that a lot in my work, but I find beauty in things in Kenya, the north, the south. There's so much beauty in the whole of Africa that, as I'm traveling, I gather inspiration from each city. I come back, I paint them, and then every year I take it to a new city and then expose it. And I get so much joy when someone in Australia, for example, buys the Bafoutou piece and they hang it up in their house, and then they have to explain to people, this is Bafoutou people. These are people from Cameroon, the northwest region, so they're educating people about Africa.
Battery storage to 20 minutes of flying time. More people